Sahid University is a campus for dynamic, creative young people. Currently, Sahid University has developed various programs towards the vision of becoming a superior university characterized by tourism and entrepreneurship. Sahid University is a center for the development of science, technology, and arts based on morals and culture with a national perspective and international standards towards a world-class university.
Sebagai alumni, saya mendapatkan pemahaman yang lebih komprehensif dengan berbagai macam perspektif dalam memahami fenomena sekitar dan juga membuat karya-karya baru.
Masa kuliah sangat menyenangkan karena mampu mengasah hasanah berpikir dan wawasan saya, sehingga dapat terus mengembangkan diri menjadi pribadi yang berkualitas, inovatif, dan kreatif.
Mengajarkan integritas, profesionalisme, dan entrepreneur sebagai nilai utama dalam berkiprah di industri nasional.
Sahid University was established in 1988 under the auspices of the Sahid Jaya Educational and Social Welfare Foundation by Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono. Sahid University has 5 faculties and 1 graduate school with 15 programs study. Faculty of Economics and Business, S1 Management, S1 Tourism, S1 Accounting. Faculty of Food Technology and Health, S1 Food Technology, S1 Nutrition. Faculty of Law, Bachelor of Law Science. Faculty of Engineering, S1 Environmental Engineering, S1 Industrial Engineering. Faculty of Communication Science, S1 Communication Science, D3 Broadcasting. Sahid University Postgraduate School has a study program: Master of Management, Master of Communication Science, Master of Law, Master of Environmental Management, Doctor of Communication Science. Sahid has a development center program and facilities such as library, academic service room, student services room, sexual violence prevention and handling counseling room as a campus free from sexual violence. Auditorium Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono, Student Organization Room Secretariat. Meeting room, mosque, canteen, mini market, coffee shop, polyclinic. Sahid University Jakarta is supported by various laboratory facilities from various faculties such as Computer Laboratory, Hospitality Laboratory, Tourism Laboratory, Food Processing Laboratory, Organoleptic Test Laboratory, Work Planning and Ergonomics Laboratory, System, Computer, and Statistics Laboratory Chemistry Laboratory. Microbiology Laboratory, Moot Court Laboratory, Broadcast Studio,
Action!
Campus Radio.
Di 107,2 FM, Cross FM.
Sahid University is accredited by the National Accreditation Body for Higher Education, and all study programs are accredited by the Independent Accreditation Institute. In accordance with its quality objectives, information technology is the basis of learning with e-learning, e-journals, ebooks, e-library facilities, scholarships and educational assistance programs such as Influencer and Content Creator Scholarships, Academic Achievement Scholarship, Non-Academic Talent and Achievement Scholarships, Athlete Scholarships, Ministry of Education Excellence Scholarship, Regional Envoy Scholarship, Jakarta Foundation Scholarship, Freedom Lecture KIP, and other scholarships. From government and institutions collaborative for achievement. Sahid University has a student activity unit to support student interests and talents. Sahid University facilitates various student activity units including art field, creativity, also student organizations, Student Executive Board or BM and Study Program Student Association or HMP in training student leadership and organizational skills.
Sahid Hotels and Resort sangat mendukung program pendidikan bagi karyawan-karyawatinya. Sudah banyak juga lulusan Universitas Sahid yang bergabung di Sahid Hotels and Resort. Dan ini merupakan privilege bagi lulusan Universitas Sahid.
Sahid University always innovates in order to realize its goals as a university with healthy governance. Produce competent and competitive graduates according to their scientific expertise, and create digital-based works in science and technology that are beneficial to industrial development and education on a national and international scale.
Sahid Campus for Young Generation.
Kuliah itu harus asik. Kuliah asik, jadi Sahid.
I feel like drifting away. Sahid University is a campus for dynamic and creative young people. Currently, Sahid University has developed various programs towards the vision of becoming a superior university characterized by tourism and entrepreneurship. Sahid University is a center for the development of science, technology, and arts based on morals and culture with a national perspective and international standards towards a world-class university.
Sebagai alumni, saya mendapatkan pemahaman yang lebih komprehensif dengan berbagai macam perspektif dalam memahami fenomena sekitar dan juga membuat karya-karya baru.
Masa kuliah sangat menyenangkan karena mampu mengasah khasana berpikir dan wawasan saya, sehingga dapat terus mengembangkan diri menjadi pribadi yang berkualitas, inovatif, dan kreatif.
Mengajarkan integritas, profesionalisme, dan entrepreneur sebagai nilai utama dalam berkiprah di industri nasional.
Sahid University was established in 1988 under the auspices of the Sahid Jaya Educational and Social Welfare Foundation by Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono. Sahid University has 5 faculties and 1 graduate school with 15 program study. Faculty of Economics and Business, S1 Management, S1 Tourism, S1 Accounting. Faculty of Food Technology and Health, S1 Food Technology, S1 Nutrition. Faculty of Law, Bachelor of Law Science. Faculty of Engineering, S1 Environmental Engineering, S1 Industrial Engineering. Faculty of Communication Science, S1 Communication Science, D3 Broadcasting. Sahid University Postgraduate School has a study program: Master of Management, Master of Communication Science, Master of Law, Master of Environmental Management, Doctor of Communication Science. Sahid has a development center program and facilities such as library, academic service room, student services room, sexual violence prevention and handling counseling room as a campus free from sexual violence. Auditorium Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono, Student Organization Room Secretariat. Meeting room, mosque, canteen, mini market, coffee shop, polyclinic. Sahid University Jakarta is supported by various laboratory facilities from various faculties such as Computer Laboratory, Hospitality Laboratory, Tourism Laboratory, Food Processing Laboratory, Organoleptic Test Laboratory, Work Planning and Ergonomics Laboratory, System, Computer, and Statistics Laboratory Chemistry Laboratory. Microbiology Laboratory, Moot Court Laboratory, Broadcast Studio,
Action!
Campus Radio.
Di 107,2 FM, Cross FM.
Sahid University is accredited by the National Accreditation Body for Higher Education, and all study programs are accredited by the Independent Accreditation Institute. In accordance with its quality objectives, information technology is the basis of learning with e-learning, e-journals, ebooks, e-library facilities, scholarships and educational assistance programs such as Influencer and Content Creator Scholarships, Academic Achievement Scholarship, Non-Academic Talent and Achievement Scholarships, Athlete Scholarships, Ministry of Education Excellence Scholarship, Regional Envoy Scholarship, Jakarta Foundation Scholarship, Freedom Lecture KIP, and other scholarships. From government and private institutions that have collaborated with Sahid University in supporting student achievement. Sahid University has a student activity unit to support student interests and talents. Sahid University facilitates various student activity units including art field, creativity, also student organizations, Student Executive Board or BM and Study Program Student Association or HMP in training student leadership and organizational skills.
Sahid Hotels and Resort sangat mendukung program pendidikan bagi karyawan-karyawatinya. Sudah banyak juga lulusan Universitas Sahid yang bergabung di Sahid Hotels and Resort. Dan ini merupakan privilege bagi lulusan Universitas Sahid.
Sahid University always innovates in order to realize its goals as a university with healthy governance. Produce competent and competitive graduates according to their scientific expertise, and create digital-based works in science and technology that are beneficial to industrial development and education on a national and international scale.
Sahid, kampus for young generation.
Kuliah itu harus asik. Kuliah asik, jadi Sahid.
I feel like drifting away. Sahid University is a campus for dynamic and creative young people. Currently, Sahid University has developed various programs towards the vision of becoming a superior university characterized by tourism and entrepreneurship. Sahid University is a center for the development of science, technology, and arts based on morals and culture with a national perspective and international standards towards a world-class university.
Sebagai alumni, saya mendapatkan pemahaman yang lebih komprehensif dengan berbagai macam perspektif dalam memahami fenomena sekitar dan juga membuat karya-karya baru.
Masa kuliah sangat menyenangkan karena mampu mengasah khasana berpikir dan wawasan saya. Sehingga dapat terus mengembangkan diri menjadi pribadi yang berkualitas, inovatif, dan kreatif.
Mengajarkan integritas, profesionalisme, dan entrepreneur sebagai nilai utama dalam berkiprah di industri nasional.
Sahid University was established in 1988 under the auspices of the Sahid Jaya Educational and Social Welfare Foundation by Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono. Sahid University has 5 faculties and 1 graduate school with 15 program study. Faculty of Economics and Business, S1 Management, S1 Tourism, S1 Accounting. Faculty of Food Technology and Health, S1 Food Technology, S1 Nutrition. Faculty of Law, Bachelor of Law Science. Faculty of Engineering, S1 Environmental Engineering, S1 Industrial Engineering. Faculty of Communication Science, S1 Communication Science, D3 Broadcasting. Sahid University Postgraduate School has a study program: Master of Management, Master of Communication Science, Master of Law, Master of Environmental Management, Doctor of Communication Science. Sahid has a development center program and facilities such as library, academic service room, student services room, sexual violence prevention and handling counseling room as a campus free from sexual violence. Auditorium Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono, Student Organization Room Secretariat. Meeting room, mosque, canteen, mini market, coffee shop, polyclinic. Sahid University Jakarta is supported by various laboratory facilities from various faculties such as Computer Laboratory, Hospitality Laboratory, Tourism Laboratory, Food Processing Laboratory, Organoleptic Test Laboratory, Work Planning and Ergonomics Laboratory, System, Computer, and Statistics Laboratory Chemistry Laboratory. Microbiology Laboratory, Moot Court Laboratory, Broadcast Studio,
Action!
Campus Radio.
Di 107,2 FM, Frost FM.
Sahid University is accredited by the National Accreditation Body for Higher Education and all study programs are accredited by the Independent Accreditation Institute. In accordance with its quality objectives, information technology is the basis of learning with e-learning, e-journals, e-books, e-library facilities, scholarships and educational assistance programs such as Influencer and Content Creator Scholarships, Academic Achievement Scholarship, Non-Academic Talent and Achievement Scholarships, Athlete Scholarships, Ministry of Education Excellence Scholarship, Regional Envoy Scholarship, Jakarta Foundation Scholarship, Freedom Lecture KIP, and other scholarships. From government and private institutions that have collaborated with Sahid University in supporting student achievement. Sahid University is a campus for dynamic and creative young people. Currently, Sahid University has developed various programs towards the vision of becoming a superior university characterized by tourism and entrepreneurship. Sahid University is a center for the development of science, technology, and arts based on morals and culture with a national perspective and international standards towards a world-class university.
Sebagai alumni, saya mendapatkan pemahaman yang lebih komprehensif dengan berbagai macam perspektif dalam memahami fenomena sekitar dan juga membuat karya-karya baru.
Masa kuliah sangat menyenangkan karena mampu mengasah khasana berpikir dan wawasan saya, sehingga dapat terus mengembangkan diri menjadi pribadi yang berkualitas, inovatif, dan kreatif.
Mengajarkan integritas, profesionalisme, dan entrepreneur sebagai nilai utama dalam berkiprah di industri nasional.
Sahid University was established in 1988 under the auspices of the Sahid Jaya Educational and Social Welfare Foundation by Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono. Sahid University has 5 faculties and 1 graduate school with 15 programs study. Faculty of Economics and Business, S1 Management, S1 Tourism, S1 Accounting. Faculty of Food Technology and Health, S1 Food Technology, S1 Nutrition. Faculty of Law, Bachelor of Law Science. Faculty of Engineering, S1 Environmental Engineering, S1 Industrial Engineering. Faculty of Communication Science, S1 Communication Science, D3 Broadcasting. Sahid University Postgraduate School has a study program. Master of Management, Master of Communication Science, Master of Law, Master of Environmental Management, Doctor of Communication Science. Sahid has a development center program and facilities such as library, academic service room, student services room, sexual violence prevention and handling counseling room as a campus free from sexual violence. Auditorium Professor Dr. Haji Sukamdani Sahid Jito Sarjono, Student Organization Room Secretariat, Meeting Room, Mosque, Canteen, Mini Market, Coffee Shop, Polyclinic. Sahid University Jakarta is supported by various laboratory facilities from various faculties such as Computer Laboratory, Hospitality Laboratory, Tourism Laboratory, Food Processing Laboratory, Organoleptic Test Laboratory, Work Planning and Ergonomics Laboratory, System, Computer, and Statistics Laboratory Chemistry Laboratory. Microbiology Laboratory, Moot Court Laboratory, Broadcast Studio,
Action!
Campus Radio.
Di 107,2 FM, Bros FM.
Sahid University is accredited by the National Accreditation Body for Higher Education, and all study programs are accredited by the Independent Accreditation Institute. In accordance with its quality objectives, information technology is the basis of learning with e-learning, e-journals, e-books, e-library facilities, scholarships and educational assistance programs such as Influencer and Content Creator Scholarships, Academic Achievement Scholarship, Non-Academic Talent and Achievement Scholarships, Athlete Scholarships, Ministry of Education Excellence Scholarship, Regional Envoy Scholarship, Jakarta Foundation Scholarship, Freedom Lecture KIP, and other scholarships. From government and private institutions that have collaborated with Sahid University in supporting student achievement. Sahid University has a student activity unit to support student interests and talents. Sahid University facilitates various student activity units including Art Field, Creativity, also student organizations, Student Executive Board or BM, and Study Program Student Association or HMP, in training student leadership and organizational skills.
Sahid Hotels and Resort sangat mendukung program pendidikan bagi karyawan-karyawatinya. Sudah banyak juga lulusan Universitas Sahid yang bergabung di Sahid Hotels and Resort. Dan ini merupakan privilege bagi lulusan Universitas Sahid.
Sahid University always innovates in order to realize its goals as a university with healthy governance. Produce competent and competitive graduates according to their scientific expertise, and create digital-based works in science and technology that are beneficial to industrial development and education on a national and international scale.
Sahid, kampus for young generation.
Kuliah itu harus asik. Kuliah asik, jadi Sahid.
I feel like drifting away.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Sahid, we welcome you all here to the first international conference on sustainable tourism in INCOSTE 2026. I'm very delighted to see everyone in here and allow me to introduce myself. My name is Farah Tafiani and I will be your master of ceremony. Today's agenda will begin with the national anthem of Indonesia, followed by opening remarks, two keynote addresses, panel sessions A and B featuring our invited speakers, parallel sessions in the afternoon, and a closing ceremony. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence, we welcome to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Sahid, Professor Dr. Gyatmi, and the Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia, Widianti Putri Wardana, the Honorable Secretary General of Associations of the Indonesian Tours and Travel Agencies, Mr. Budianto Ardiansyah. Thank you so much, everyone. We are truly delighted to have distinguished speakers, researchers, participants joining us today from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to express our warmest recognition and gratitude to our co-host institutions. First, Universitas Sahid Surakarta, Politeknik Sahid, Politeknik Bintan Cakrawala, Universitas Mahkota Trikom Unggul, Universitas Sultan Ageng Tirtayasa, Universitas Muhammadiyah Buton, last but definitely not least, Institut Bisnis dan Informatika Kesatuan Bogor. We really do appreciate for your cooperate partnership in making INCOSTE 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite everyone to please remain seated and stand at attention as we pay our respects to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you, everyone. Please make yourself comfortable as we continue our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, now I request our Honorable the representative of steering committee, Rector of Universitas Sahid, Professor Dr. Giatmi, to give the opening remarks. To Professor Dr. Giatmi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Farah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and may peace and prosperity be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of virtue. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to warmly welcome Her Excellency Ibu Widianti Putri Wardana, Minister of Tourism and of Republik Indonesia, Dr. Nunung Rusmiati MS IMH, Chairperson of Association of Indonesia Tours and Travel Agencies, ASITA. Dr. Nunung will be represented by Bapak Budianto Ardiansah as Secretary of ASITA. And then Professor Justin Tylon, PhD from Highline College, the United States of America. Dr. Susaba from Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Science. Dr. Jutamas Jan Wisan Singh of the Thailand Gastronomy Network. Ms. Ismayanti A. Par, MSc from Universitas Sahid. Distinguished university leaders, academic, researcher, industry practitioners, international partners, students, and all conference participants joining us today. First and foremost, let us express our deepest gratitude in Almighty God for His blessing and grace, which allow us to gather at the opening of the first international conference on sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship, INCOSTE 2026. Today marks a truly significant and proud milestone the University Sahid. For the very first time, we are organizing INCOSTE as an international platform for global collaboration, bringing together academia, government, and industry practitioners to discuss the future of sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship. Under the theme, Resilient Futures, Innovating for Sustainable Tourism Recovery, this conference reflects Universitas Sahid commitment as a tourism and entrepreneurial university to addressing global challenges through innovation, research, and international collaboration. We are all aware that the world today is facing profound challenges: climate change, economic uncertainty, technological disruption, and shifting global tourism behavior. Therefore, the tourism sector can no longer focus merely on survival. It must transform itself into a sector that is resilient, adaptive, inclusive, and regenerative. In this context, INCOSTE is not merely an academic forum, it is a strategic platform designed to connect ideas, experiences, and practical solutions from across the world. The presence of our distinguished international speakers demonstrated the sustainability in tourism has become a shared global responsibility and concern. We strongly believe that the future of tourism development must be built upon three essential foundations: environmental sustainability, community empowerment, and entrepreneurial innovation. This is why topics such as regenerative tourism, gastronomic tourism, community-based tourism, green innovation, and wellness tourism are highly relevant and timely for our collective discussion. INCOSTE 2026 is also organized as part of the 38th anniversary celebration of Universitas Sahid. On this special occasion, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the 38th anniversary of Universitas Sahid. On behalf of Universitas Sahid, I would also like to express my highest appreciation and sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, the scientific committee, our partners, and all participants from various institutions and countries who have contributed to making this international conference possible. My special thanks also go to our keynote speakers for sharing valuable insight on national tourism policies and developments, as well as to all invited speakers for their willingness to share knowledge, experiences, and global perspective in tourism. The committee in INCOSTE 2026 gave me the final report. In this inaugural conference, INCOSTE successfully received a total of 132 papers from various institutions and international researchers. Participants came from several countries, including the USA, the Netherlands, Thailand, Gambia, Malaysia, and of course from Indonesia. The papers will be published in INCOSTE International Proceeding, as well as a nationally accredited journal index SINTA 4 and 5. Thank you. But before, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, thereby officially I declare that the International Conference on Sustainable Tourism and Entrepreneur in INCOSTE 2026 officially open. We hope that INCOSTE will continue to grow as a sustainable international academic agenda evolve into a strong global collaboration network connecting universities, industry, government, and international communities in building a more resilient and sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Giatmi, for welcoming us all to the first International Conference on Sustainable Tourism and Entrepreneurship INCOSTE 2026. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to our first keynote speaker, a distinguished leader in Indonesia's tourism sector. She currently serves as the Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Honorable Widianti Putri Wardana.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue, may peace be upon us all. To the Honorable, the leadership and academic community of Universitas Sahid Jakarta, esteemed academics and researchers, tourism and entrepreneurship practitioners, policymakers, representatives of NGOs and community organizations, all participants of the first International Conference on Sustainable Tourism and Entrepreneurship, or INCOSTE 2026. It is my profound honor to speak before you today. Allow me to extend my congratulations to Universitas Sahid on the 38th Dies Natalis. I would also like to express my appreciation for the organization of INCOSTE 2026 as part of Universitas Sahid Jakarta's Dies Natalis commemoration. By bringing together sustainability and entrepreneurship, this conference stands as an important global platform for dialogue, knowledge exchange, and collaboration to advance the future of tourism, connecting academics and practitioners to respond to the sector's most critical challenges. Tourism is an important contributor to Indonesia's economy, and its contribution continues to grow. In 2025, tourism foreign exchange earnings reached $18.27 billion, growing 9.34% compared to 2024. Tourism also played an important role in supporting Indonesia's 5.61% economic growth in the first quarter of 2026. From the production side, 4 tourism-related sectors were among the highest growing sectors, with accommodation and food and beverages growing by 13.14%, contributing 0.42 percentage points to 5.61% national economic growth. From the consumption side, the highest growth in household consumption was recorded in restaurants and hotels at 7.38%. This momentum is also reflected in tourist visits and trips. Despite geopolitical tensions, international tourist visits grew by 8.62% in the first quarter of 2026, while domestic tourist trips also grew by 13.14% in the same period. These numbers are important, but growth alone is not enough. We must ensure that tourism growth continues to create benefits for society through job creation and stronger local economies, in line with Sustainable Development Goals number 8. Tourism growth must remain responsible in terms of consumption and production as the supply chain and ensure that our environment is preserved, in line with Sustainable Development Goals number 12. This is why Indonesia is also shifting its tourism paradigm from quantity to quality. The theme for today's conference, Resilient Futures, Innovating for Sustainable Tourism Recovery, is becoming increasingly important in the context we face today. Tourism continues to grow, but growth also brings new challenges. First, in several destinations, the increase of tourist visits has started to exceed the capacity of existing infrastructure. This creates pressure on carrying capacity, from congestions to waste management to broader environmental strain. Therefore, we must be more proactive in ensuring destination development keeps pace with tourism growth. In fact, where possible, we must be able to anticipate growth before pressure emerges so that infrastructure, services, and environmental management are ready to support tourism in a sustainable way. This is in line with how we design and track the development of our priority destinations through Rencana Induk Destinasi Pariwisata Nasional. Second, tourism growth may not automatically translate into benefits for local communities. Without inclusive business models, local MSMEs, workers, and communities may not fully capture the economic value created by tourism. We must ensure that local communities are not only participants, but also beneficiaries and owners of tourism development. We need to strengthen community-based tourism, support local MSMEs, improve access to markets, and ensure that cultural experiences are developed with respect, authenticity, and direct involvement from the communities themselves. Third, tourism creates many jobs, but the challenge is not only to create more jobs. We must invest in the quality of tourism workforce. This means strengthening vocational education and training, improving certification and upskilling, and also ensuring that tourism workers are equipped with the skills needed by the industry today, from hospitality and service excellence to digital skills, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. In fact, tourism and entrepreneurship are deeply interconnected. Tourism brings people, movement, and spending into destinations. Entrepreneurship transforms that movement into economic value through new products, services, experiences, and local businesses. And the challenges we face in tourism today are no longer the same as before. They are more complex, more interconnected, and require more adaptive solutions. Hence, we require entrepreneurs who can identify opportunities, respond to problems, and carry solutions through implementation. Entrepreneurs are not only business actors, they are also problem solvers within the tourism ecosystem. Practical recommendations and policy brief from forums like today are becoming increasingly important. They help us understand what needs to be enabled from regulation, financing, capacity building, market access to collaboration, so that entrepreneurship can become a stronger force in resolving the challenges of sustainable tourism. Tourism is an ecosystem. It must be nurtured and advanced together. The government cannot and should not work alone. Collaboration among stakeholders is essential, not only to realize sustainable tourism, but also to ensure that its impact can be sustained in the long term. Through today's conference, I hope we will generate ideas, innovate business models, and policy recommendations that strengthen the resilience of tourism destinations and enterprises, while also contributing to the achievement of sustainable development goals. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you to our Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia for the inspiring speech regarding resilient futures, innovating for sustainable tourism recovery. We are deeply grateful for your guidance and vision for sustainable tourism in Indonesia. Now we have the honor of welcoming our second keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Budianto Ardiansyah. Mr. Budianto Ardiansyah is a tourism expert and academic with over 3 decades of experience. He is a Poltek Par NHI alumnus and also the president director of My Duta Tour, and currently serves as the Secretary General of Associations of the Indonesia Tours and Travel Agencies. Throughout his career, he has held key leadership roles in regional and national tourism board, including INCOSTE, GP, and the West Java Tourism Promotion Board, while actively contributing as lecturer, speaker, and judge in various tourism competitions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to our Honorable Mr. Budianto Ardiansyah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Farah as the MC. Let me present myself, Budianto Ardiansyah, as the Secretary General of ASITA, representing the President of ASITA, Ibu Nunung Rusmiati, which cannot present today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Peace be upon us all. Distinguished guests, Mrs. Widianti Putri Wardana, Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Justin Michael Andre Talion, PhD, Highland College and Central Washington University, Professor Dr. Saba Six, Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences, then Dr. Jutamas Jan Visangsin, Pata Thailand Chapter and Thailand Gastronomy Network, Ms. Ismayanti, Espar MSc, Universitas Sahid Jakarta and also PHRI, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gayatmi, MSc, Rector of University of Sahid, together with all academics, industry practitioners, tourism partners, and all participants of INCOSTE 2026. First of all, I would like to express my highest appreciation to Universitas Sahid and the entire organizing committee of INCOSTE 2026 for hosting this highly strategic international forum. The platform brings together academics, government, and industry in one dialogue space to shape a more resilient and sustainable future of tourism. For us in the industry, particularly ASITA, the Association of the Indonesian Tours and Travel Agencies, forums like this are very important as they help align academic perspective with the industry practice in building a more adaptive and competitive tourism ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme Resilient Futures Innovating for Sustainable Tourism Recovery is highly relevant to the current condition of the tourism industry. Tourism resilience is not longer only about recovery, but about building systems that can withstand, adapt, and continuously grow amid global change. In this context, ASITA, as the National Association of Travel Agencies in Indonesia and a strategic partner of the government, plays a direct role in driving the tourism industry from upstream to downstream. We believe that a resilient future for tourism can only be achieved through three main pillars, that is innovation, digital adoption, and sustainable collaboration. 1. Digital transformation of the travel industry. ASITA continues to encourage its members to transform from conventional business models into digital-enabled tourism businesses. This includes digital reservation system, data-driven marketing, and improving more personalized and efficient tourist experiences. This transformation is no longer optional, but a necessity to returning human resources with global competencies. ASITA consistently supports capacity building for industry players through training, certification, and competency development based on international standards. including sustainable tourism and responsible travel practice. 3. Strategic collaboration in the tourism ecosystem. ASITA serves a bridge between government, industry players, and international partners. We are actively involved in international promotion through sales mission, business matching programs, and strengthening tourism distribution networks to increase inbound tourism to Indonesia. However, beyond promotion, we believe that collaboration today must go further beyond marketing and efforts to include cooperation in knowledge sharing, research, and sustainable innovation, as we are doing in this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of tourism will not be determined by who is the biggest, but by who is the fastest in adapting and innovating. ASITA is committed of being part of this transformation by connecting industry, government, and academic to build a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism sector in Indonesia. Let us work together to realize resilient tourism that only not support economic recovery, but also preserve environmental sustainability and improve the welfare of local communities. Finally, we congratulate the successful organization of the INCOSTE 2026. We hope this forum will produce concrete ideas and recommendations for a better future of tourism. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to our Honorable Mr. Budianto Ardiansyah, as Secretary General of Associations of the Indonesian Tours and Travel Agencies, for the enriching address and for your appreciation to us. Your perspectives are truly insightful to our discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to invite all participants to turn on your cameras for a group photo session. Let's capture a moment to celebrate the day. And I will capture from the first slide until the last slide, one by one. And then I will count to 3, okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please look toward the camera. And turn on your cameras. Okay. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next slide. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Please make sure eyes on the camera and give us your best smile. Next slide, please. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Now, thank you, everyone. We hope this memory stays with you. Now we move to our panel session A. To guide this session, I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Professor Dr. Rahmawati. Professor Rahmawati is a director of Universitas Sahid Postgraduate School. As an experienced academic in food technology, she has mastered in food product development, such as analog rice, noodles, rice paper, and carbohydrate-based processing foods such as sago, sorghum, and corn, and functional foods. Professor Dr. Rahmawati achieved her doctoral program in food science at IPB University. She is also a professor and a lecturer in the food technology at Universitas Sahid. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Rahmawati. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Farah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Rector of Universitas Sahid, Professor Dr. Insinyur Giatmi MSI, and respected members of the university leadership, Honorable Minister of Tourism, President of ASITA, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to this wonderful seminar. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you all to the first International Conference of Sustainable Tourism and Entrepreneurship INCOSTE 2026 with the theme Resilience Futures, Innovating for Sustainable Tourism Recovery. I am Rahmawati and I will be your moderator for this session. Today's conference highlights the importance of innovation, collaboration, and resilience in rebuilding sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship in the post-pandemic era and beyond. We are delighted to have participants, academics, researchers, practitioners, and professionals from various institutions and countries joining this important discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we are honored to be joined by two distinguished invited speakers who will share their valuable insight and expertise related to sustainable tourism, recovery, and innovation. We truly appreciate our first invited speaker is Professor Justin Thailand, PhD, MBA. And our second invited speaker is Ms. Ismayanti, SDR PAR, MSc. We truly appreciate their willingness to share knowledge and experiences with us today. Before we begin, allow me to briefly explain the flow of the session. Each speaker will have approximately 20 minutes for presentation. After presentation, participants were given 10 minutes for question and answer. Participants are welcome to submit questions in the chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, our first invited speaker is Professor Justin Thailand, PhD, MBA. Professor Thailand, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you today. Before Mr. Prof. Thailand deliver his presentation, please allow me to briefly introduce his profile and academic background. Justin Michael Andre Thailand currently serves as a professor and department head in Business Division at Highline College, a position he has held since 2015. He also served as a young faculty member in the marketing department at Central Washington University since 2017. Prior to his current roles, he built his academic career as a clinical assistant professor at the University Gulf and as a lecturer at Texas A&M University. He earned his PhD in hospitality, hotel management, and tourism from Texas A&M University in 2011. A Master of Business Administration from the University of Gulf, and a Bachelor of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management from the University of Houston. Additionally, he attained the Certified Hospitality Technology Professional designation in 2020 and a Certificate of Specialization in Revenue Management from ISEC in 2015. Before transitioning fully into academia, he developed a successful operational career in the hospitality industry. Notably, he served as Assistant General Manager at Homewood Suites by Hilton in Houston, where his team achieved some of the highest guest satisfaction scores in the worldwide network. He also held various managerial and operational roles with Starwood and Marriott Properties. Alongside his teaching responsibilities, he is a prolific researcher and international speaker, contributing extensively to discussions on sustainable tourism, ecotourism, market-based conversation, and hospitality technology. His work has been featured at numerous global conferences, including keynotes and presentations in Switzerland, Canada, Indonesia, Kenya, and across the United States. Throughout his career, Dr. Thailand has remained committed to advancing the hospitality and tourism sectors through a blend of academic rigor and applied industry practices. He is highly dedicated to exploring the social cultural impacts of nutrition, of tourism, the integration of artificial intelligence in hospitality, and community-based collaboration, consistently striving to develop the next generation of global industry professionals. Today, Professor Thailand will share valuable perspective related to our conference theme, Resilience Futures, Innovating for Sustainable Tourism Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with warmly welcoming Professor Justin Taylor, PhD, MBA. Professor Thailand, time is yours.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful introduction, but I also feel really old now because that was an awful lot. But and this is a part of the presentation. They say that if you do what you love, then you'll never have to work a day in your life. Today, I'm going to tell you about what I truly love. This is my favorite research project I've ever worked on. And I hope that every single one of you listening to me right now either has or will find something they're as passionate about as I am about this. And that is the Hanyo of Jeju Island. Now, I could start by telling you about Jeju Island, but I like to connect with people because this is so personal to me. I wanted to start with where I began. Way back, long time ago, I was a PhD student, and when you're a PhD student, you take just about any job you can get that will pay you enough to stay in school, right? So I went off to Korea. Jeju Island is a part of Korea, and I was working as a translator while I was there. I'm lucky that I learned languages while growing up, Hungarian, Spanish, and Konglish for those of you who they wanted perfect English. They had Korean English. That's called Konglish. So this is me and my translation team way back in 2009 and 2010. And I got to live on Jeju Island for 4 months. It was the greatest 4 months of my life. I fell in love with it. One of the things I've followed in my life is do research about the things you care the most about in the whole world. And for me, for many reasons, that's Jeju Island. I'm not Korean, but I fell in love with it. I decided I want to live there. I made it happen. So this very remote island historically, today, not remote at all. It's 4 hours by boat from the mainland of South Korea. But back in the 1100s, way back, this was one of the most remote areas in the world. It's a difficult body of water. It's a cold body of water. And really, they had very little to do with the areas around them other than major shipping might stop there between China, Japan, and the mainland of Korea. The 1948, it was a tragic turn, but that's where Jeju Island started to become what it is today. I don't want to get too much into that history. I only have 20 minutes and you could write a book about it. But basically, there was quite a bit of political repression. There was violence. Tens of thousands of islanders perished, and almost all of them were men, which left the women being the ones who were going to have to find food and provide for their families when you have tens of thousands of men who have disappeared. We're looking at 20 to 30% of the male population is gone. And that created this extremely unique environment. Jeju Island is volcanic. It's difficult to farm, but they are surrounded by the ocean. They have the sea. And so their food was going to primarily come from the ocean. all of this history is what makes it such a tourism attraction today. Things like this. This is UNESCO World Heritage Site. It sits underneath the island. There's a vast array of caves. This is the kind of thing that's naturally occurring that you can turn into a tourism attraction. But it is not naturally resilient. Today, the #1 flight route in the world is Seoul, Korea to Jeju City, Jeju Island, Korea. 17.2 million people per year are on that one flight route annually. There are flights leaving from Seoul to go to Jeju Island basically every 30 minutes of every day during the year. And then you have all the millions of tourists coming from places like Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, where I'm going to be in 4 days from now. I feel weird talking to all of you online since I'm going to be in Indonesia in 4 days anyway. But it's this vast array of amazing tourist attractions all over the island. And they have more than 20 million annual tourists going to the island. Now, in an island that has just over 600,000 residents and more than 20 million tourists, you can imagine that the number of tourists are going to start to change the life on the island. And that's what's going on, and that is what I do in my research. What I've spent the last 18 years of my life has been researching what is called market-based sociocultural conservation. Just like animals and wildlife, and just like plants, they all go extinct if we don't take care of them. And we need to take care of the world around us, and the natural world is very important. But so are indigenous cultures. And the cultures can't leave, especially when we can save them. And the reason I spend so much time in Indonesia these days is because there's really no better place in the world to do exactly my research. There are thousands of indigenous groups. Some are very few people left. And those traditions, the heritage, the ancestry, it's going to go extinct if we don't try to save it. I've seen this happen in my career with the indigenous tribes I work with. Two of my other research sites would be the Samburu in Kenya. You can visit perunature.com and see my other site. So I opened Sabachi Camp with the Samburu in Kenya, and then perunature.com with the Eseeha in Peru, in the Amazon. These are indigenous tribes with only a few hundred people remaining. And yet, if we can take what is uniquely them, make it resilient, make it worth more money for it to exist than not, make it so young people want to be a part of those traditions and customs because they can make a better living that way. That's what I try to do. That's called market-based. I am trying to conserve societies and cultures by making the societies and cultures worth more economically alive than dead. And what you really need to do is focus on young people. If young people believe that their cultures and their societies are important, and they'll learn it's important, because when tourists come from abroad and pay thousands of dollars to experience your culture, that's a big deal to them. In Peru, for 1 week, it costs $3,000 to stay at our hotels. And those are people who, when we arrived, were making around $1,000 per year. These are people who are now making an average of $40,000 a year. Now, granted, inflation is big in the world today, and it has been 20 years since we started doing that. But imagine your parents made $1,000 a year. You make $40,000 a year teaching people about your culture. That's a big deal. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do on Jeju Island with a specific group, the Henyo. Young people on Jeju Island want to move to the mainland. They want to move to Seoul. They want to move to where the bigger, better jobs are. Indonesia and where I'm working now, this isn't about Indonesia, but I'm very active in Indonesia. It isn't too different. There are lots of areas, especially in Java or um, in like when you get out by Medan and Banda Aceh, they want to move to Jakarta. Jakarta is where the jobs are. Jakarta is where the money is. They're excited about that and they want to move there. And we should support that. We should support people following their dreams. But what if their dream was to hold on to their heritage culture and they could make more money living in their rural areas where they grew up than by moving to Jakarta? And that is where the Henyo come in. The Henyo are Jeju Island's famous women divers. They free dive of depths to up to 20 meters. Free diving, no breathing apparatus. I know I can't do that. I don't even want to jump in the water. It's too cold for 8 months out of the year for me, right? And they go to the bottom of the ocean and they get abalone, seaweed, conch, octopus, whatever marine life's there. In the 1960s, remember I was telling you how the men passed away and the women became responsible for this, for livelihood of their family. There were 23,000 Henyo on Jeju Island. Today, there are slightly over 2,000 Henyo, and almost all of the Henyo are over the age of 60. The Henyo are older, and we are losing this important cultural element. So the work of the Henyo is food production. For centuries, that's why they've been jumping into the water. But in the last 60, 70 years, they did it solely by necessity. They don't have other options. This is how they're going to be able to survive. And yet, a culture came out of this, a beautiful culture that is matriarchal. It's a women-dominated, well, it's Henyo are only women. So it's really turned a lot of what is Korean traditional on its head. It's very different than the mainland. And we don't want this beautiful culture to go away because young people aren't a part of it. And as you go through my slides, you can see it is mostly older women. One of the older women that I've had a chance to speak with, and remember now, I've been doing research on Jeju Island, or I even bought a house there. I lived there. I'm there 4 months a year. So I gotten to know lots of the Henyo. And Kim Young-ja is one of them. She's 86 years old. And one of my favorite quotes from her is, "We don't dive because we love the ocean. We dive because the ocean gives us no choice." These are women who are scared every time they jump in the ocean. This is an extremely dangerous job. So if we were to try to hold on to this as we try to move forward, it has to be worth jumping in if they have other options. But they're also very proud of what they do. They have this enormous pride of, look what we do. We have our own culture, our own system. We've been able to accomplish this. There are young people on Jeju Island who are really passionate about what their grandparents or their grandmother does, or maybe even their parents. That would be like Jin So-hee and Woo Jung-min. They are dedicated, real Henyo. There are not many of them, right? These two, some of the quotes they've given me over time, "We're not a show, we are history." They believe that Henyo need to be preserved exactly the way it is. And if there's only 50 Henyo left in the world, there's only 50 Henyo left in the world. They need preservation of what they've seen. I hate to say it because they're both wonderful, but that's not where I'm going with it. I don't believe that young people will continue to do this as a career when they could make 10 times more money elsewhere. I'm more like Kim Young-jin. Now, she is an Instagram superstar, if you will, in Korea, and she is a Henyo. She's not trying to be an elite best henyo. That's not her goal. Her goal is to show on Instagram what it is to live like a henyo. She'll make money off of being a henyo, just like anyone else, but she makes most of her money off of being an Instagram star. That is the future. That is where you are allowing young people and supporting young people to follow their dreams and goals while holding on to the heritage and culture, because she still is a part of real henyo culture. She jumps in the freezing cold water. She doesn't have a breathing apparatus. She's a real henyo still. And while doing all of this, you can have a lot of fun, right? This is what it is for me on Jeju Island. You get to climb and watch the henyo. You get to experience the museum. And I chose this picture because learning about henyo should be fun. They don't have this amazing history that is only positive or only fun. But if you want to save that culture, it kind of has to be fun. You have to have something that's going to be more exciting. So this is where I live. I just want to show this video. You can see the henyo right there. This is what it looks like. This beautiful culture is as simple as just taking a walk and seeing them. Anybody can just go watch them. It doesn't look special from being on land. So how do you hold on to this? How do you make it worth more money alive than dead? Well, a friend of mine was opening a restaurant. We got her to curb the idea a little bit, and she calls it Henyo's Kitchen. Every single one of these meals is an $80 flat rate, and you never know ahead of time what you're going to get. There's no menu to order from because it's whatever the henyo catch that day will be provided to a chef, and the chef is going to make the food. It's experiential gastronomy. This is a huge deal in Indonesia as well. This is the food is so intertwined with culture in general, but the henyo are literally a culture built around food. And her grandmother is a henyo. And the idea of the restaurant, this is me standing in the restaurant, and all around while you're eating, those are the tables, and they look like reefs, they look like water. All around we have where you can see the henyo diving the whole time you're there. And that is her and her grandmother. That is the restaurant owner and the grandmother. Now, she was just going to open a regular coffee shop. But if people like you, who are professional researchers, who understand tourism, who understand marketing, you went to school for this, you earned a PhD. People like you can apply your research. It doesn't just have to be SPSS and structural equation modeling. You need that. You need to publish. I get this. But you can also apply it. You can work as a consultant through research and grants for places like this. And then you'll be able to create something far better than you would otherwise be able to have around you. Another thing I wanted to show you was how you can build into the surroundings around you. You can build tourism holistically. It's not about one restaurant, it's not about one museum, and it's not about SPSS and data analysis. It has to be built into pop culture. You have to want young people to save their culture. So there are 3 very famous television shows about the henyo that have been produced in the last few years. The first one is called Our Blues. And Our Blues was filmed right here at what you see on the screen. And instead of just filming it and then leaving, the government was willing to put up something that shows two scenes filmed at that exact location. This is how you can get being a Hanyo is neat. Being a Hanyo is pop culture. It's K-dramas. This is me at Samdalri. Samdalri is another very famous television show from K-dramas. Maybe some of you watch K-dramas like I do. You'll have heard of Samdalri. This is the bakery from Samdalri. It's a real place. And anybody can go there and anybody can support it. And as long as they're also saying, hey, this is really cool. Being a part of this, being Hanyo is cool. Even photos like the one you're looking at here, it's how we portray it, it's how we market it. We are the researchers. We're the ones who are going to come up with that data. What do people care about? And if you care about saving a culture, if you save about, this is the way to do that. I also wanted to show you just some connections that can be made anywhere in the entire country of Korea, just like you could in Indonesia. You can do the same thing. This is a really powerful scene from Our Blues, the television show. And in the show, this young girl becomes pregnant and she's only 17 years old. Her father is furious. Her father is very angry. And while he's mad at her and yelling at her and telling her how disappointed he is, he's making her abalone porridge from a henyo. We've managed to get anything that is filmed on Jeju Island is going to have Jeju culture in it. And that way people learn about Jeju culture. They think Jeju culture is cool. He's making her a very special, famous porridge they've been eating for 1,000 years with abalone that is specifically for young pregnant women. Now, not everybody knows that, but when I saw this, I realized that the marketers of Jeju Island have infiltrated into these places. And then everybody wants to eat the food. Everybody wants to eat that exact same food you just saw him giving his daughter. That's what you see me eating here. Same thing in Samdalri, the show. You see him eating seaweed soup in a very special moment. You see me eating my seaweed soup at all these different restaurants because I'm trying to fit in. Braised beltfish, another really famous food. They've marketed it all over the entire island. I'm not just trying to show you pictures of where I live. I'm trying to show you if you want to hold on to a culture, then it can't just be, I'm going to open one small museum or I'm going to publish a paper. You need to publish 3 or 4 papers. You need to, yes, hold on to the tradition through a museum of some kind. And then you need to build it into pop culture. You need to build it into tourism experiences where people can go out for 4 hours on a boat and jump in the water with a real Hanyo. You can visit Hanyo's kitchen where Hanyo are making money. So instead of a Hanyo making $25,000 a year, they can make $40,000 a year. And that 15,000 difference, that's the difference between whether they want to move to the mainland and no longer have anything to do with Hanyo or stay. As researchers, we all have a responsibility to, when doing our research, don't just publish. We want real results. It's so much more. What we get to do in hospitality and tourism research is so much more than just showing people, hey, here's a paper. This is real world. This is real impacts. And you can do that for thousands of people. You could even save entire cultures. They'll exist for your children, your children's children, your ancestry that wouldn't otherwise be here. And how cool an idea is that? And if you can have fun at coffee shops and bringing your dog around to all these places and seeing the most beautiful place in the world, then you should do it. Because when I decided the first time I saw Jeju, I said, I'm moving here, and it may have taken me 15 years, but I did buy a house and I did move to Jeju Island. That was my dream. I made it happen. I made it happen through my hospitality and tourism research. So hopefully that was interesting. And hopefully it brings to life what we can do as researchers. It can be so applied. We can build this resilience. We can do more. And hopefully we do. Back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Thailand, for the insightful and inspiring presentation. That we have known that the Haeuneo community on Jeju Island is more than just a traditional seafood, diverse, but has evolved, evolved into a global symbol of cultural resilience, female identity, and local heritage. More than 1,200 years, the Haeuneo have demonstrated how food production can have a far broader meaning than simply meeting of food needs, encompassing cultural, social, political, gender, and tourism aspects. Okay. Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to the discussion and Q&A session. We have approximately 10 minutes allocated to respond to several interesting questions. The first questions comes from Miss Ais. Is from Sahid University. He asked, have you visited another Asia country with potential for social and cultural tourism? And what about it? Indonesia? Does Indonesia have potential for social culture? Professor Thailand, would you like please share your response?
Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, I think Indonesia is the perfect location. Just an aside for me, approximately 1.5 years ago, I got a grant from the United States Department of State to work in Indonesia. And my school is currently working in 2 areas, doing exactly what I just described. We're working in Sumatra, in the jungle areas of Medan, building ecotourism, and we're in Papua, very close to Jayapura. That's why I will be in Jakarta in 4 days. I'm bringing 16 students with me, and we are going to visit Shahi Polytechnic and throughout Jakarta, and we're going to have a lot of meetings, and then we're going to go see Medan, and we're going to see Jayapura. So I think that Indonesia's next. I open my second hotel in Kenya in June, so it's just a few weeks away. And then I'm going to be moving all my attention to Indonesia next. And I'm really excited about it. I think that there are a few places in the world that are better suited for this than Indonesia. And that's a part of why I'm here today, and connecting with Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. And there is a second question comes from Ibu Fatihah Amelia. The question is, as you give an example that Haeuneo as identity of tourism in Jeju, how do we identify which local or everyday traditions in our country, for example, have the potential to be elevated into a premium tourism identity versus those that might not translate well to a global market?
That is a great question. I can only tell you exactly what I do. There are a lot of brilliant anthropologists, and anthropologists will move in and stay with these societies, these cultures, for 1, 2, 3 years, right? So like in Jayapura, there's a professor named Paige West who's been working in Papua New Guinea and Papua Indonesia for a long time. She knows the cultures, she knows the people. I don't find them. I find the anthropologists. I believe in the right to self-determination, and a preservationist might not love what I do, but conservationists do love what I do. My idea is to bring tourists to a population who wants me there. And that's going to be where anthropologists are going to say, look, this group isn't doing well. We can save this, we can help them, we can do better. And I know enough anthropologists that'll make it to me. You can only take on one project like this every 4 or 5 years. So it's not like you're looking for 20 groups per year. You're looking for one culture every 4 years or 5 years. Finding an anthropologist, listen to them, and then just kind of assess. Do a product survey. Let me give you an example from where I work in Peru. They really wanted to save palm swamps. Now I know palm swamps are all over, especially Sumatra as well. So they were like, well, how do you save this? And I said, well, what if we market it as an anaconda habitat? So we built up pathways. They're heightened, so we don't hurt the ecology. And then people are looking for anacondas the whole time they're going through. I don't think anybody's ever seen an anaconda in the 15 years it's been open. But it doesn't matter. It's about the marketing, it's about the experience, it's about the learning, and they're paying a lot of money to see it. $3,000 for a week. That's what the culture needs.
It's great. Okay, and we have the third questioner from Keisha Alodi. I'm sorry. Uh, oh, it's Amelia again. As to you, it's about following up on my previous question regarding how to identify local potential. So we must first truly understand the region itself first, sir.
Yes, these are great questions. My take is I don't have to understand every detail when I enter the project. I am relying on the anthropologists. So the anthropologists will know the area. They have to. And they're the ones who, if you trust them and they're telling you, hey, this is what we need, we want to save this culture, they are okay with tourism, how do you do it? Then, yeah, I have my exact approach, and I could write a book about the qualitative and quantitative methods I use, but it has to be self-determination. There has to be a hotel, a place for them to stay. There has to be programming. There have to be things they're going to do. Everything that the tourists do while they're there, they're going to have to be traditional things. You market it differently, but it's still a traditional activity. Harvesting Brazil nuts is one of the things we do in Peru. We take them out to see fishing. We just take them to do piranha fishing. Piranhas are a big deal in the Amazon and they're scary. And we take them piranha fishing. That's a huge deal for the people. To the locals, it's like that's what we've been doing for 1,000 years. But to people to see a piranha up close, it's a huge deal. They're willing to pay for that. Trust the anthropologists, but you're the tourism professional. You're the marketing person. You're going to actually, once you're there, you're the one setting the scope, the direction.
Okay, thank you. And there is one more. It's from Santi Dewi Fauzi. She asked about how about character of JG people. Sorry. By your experience and research, what is the most important in tourism? Is destination itself or travelers' experience? Thank you.
The destination, I feel anywhere in the world can be beautiful. I've heard people say, there's nothing in the desert. And then you look at what, the UAE did outside of Dubai with the desert, and you can make anything beautiful. Anything's a beautiful ecosystem, and all cultures have beauty. You just have to find it. And you can find it by talking to the locals. You can find it by combining what the local knowledge is and what they care the most about, and you connect that back to what your knowledge base is, what you know sells, what will bring in tourists. And I do think that, yeah, the destination matters, but any destination in the entire world can be special. It's about the experience. And that experience is going to be your job and my job. You know, I don't know what we're going to end up with in Jayapura or in Medan. I don't know what the end product is, but I can tell you, like in Medan, it's going to be about ecotourism with tigers. I don't know that anybody's going to see a tiger. There might not be tigers within hundreds of miles of where we end up building our ecotourism location, but it is going to teach about tigers. It is going to be about tiger experiences. We will have a food supply chain where the food is what the locals have traditionally eaten. And all of this is going to be tied together so that they come back saying, I learned about the people of Sumatra in this small community.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the Q&A session has now come to an end. I apologize for any unanswered questions. Once again, thank you very much to Professor Talon for the excellent presentation and for the insightful response to all the questions from our participants today. Your thoughts and experiences have truly inspired us and enriched this conference session. Now, we will continue to our second presentation session. It's our great pleasure to welcome our second invited speaker, Ms. Ismayanti SCR Par, MSc. Ms. Ismayanti, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you today. Okay. Before Ms. Maya delivers his presentation, please allow me to briefly introduce her profile and professional background. Ismayanti currently serves as the head of the Center of Tourism Development in Universitas Shahid Jakarta, a position she has held since January 2025. She also serves as the head of Human Resources Certification for the Indonesian Hotel and Restaurant Association since April 2025 and has been a dedicated lecturer and researcher at Universitas Shahid Jakarta since March 1998. Additionally, she acts as the Research and Development Coordinator for the Indonesia Gastronomy Network. She is currently a doctoral candidate in Management Science at Universitas Terbuka. She earned her Master of Science in Tourism Management from Bournemouth University, UK in 1997, a postgraduate certificate in Tourism Management from the University of Surrey, UK in 1996, and a Diploma 4 in Tourism Management from STP Bandung, Indonesia in 1995. Alongside her academic and organizational roles, she is highly active as a researcher, government consultant, and international speaker. She served as a national expert for the UNWTO Gastronomy Tourism Destination Project in Ubud, Bali, and frequently collaborates with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and the Jakarta Tourism Office. Her project leadership includes developing gastronomy travel pattern in West Java, assessing regenerative urban tourism in Jakarta, and profiling Indonesia culinary ecosystem. Furthermore, she holds multiple professional certification, including as a competency assessor by BNSP, a CHCE editor, and a tourism assessor. Throughout her career, Ismayanti has remained deeply committed to advancing sustainable tourism, gastronomy, and human resource development in Indonesia tourism and creative economy sector. Through her extensive publication, training programs, and national development projects, she consistently bridges academic research with practical industry application. Today, Ms. Ismayanti will share a valuable perspective related to our conference theme, transitioning from sustainable to regenerative tourism, a case study of urban tourism destination in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Ismayanti as our PAR MSc. Ms. Maya, time is yours.
Thank you, moderator, for the introduction. Let me share my slide. Okay, hopefully everybody can see my slide.
Yes.
Okay. Wait a second. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God bless all of us. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon for Professor Justin, as I assume you are in Korea right now. Annyeonghaseyo. Your presentation really my favorite Korean drama, Welcome to Samdari. First, I would like to send my gratitude for this conference, for this event. It is an honor to be here. My name is Ismayanti, or you may call me Maya for short. I'm incredibly excited to share my experience about how we reshape the future of tourism sectors. For years, our tourism industry has focused on sustainability, but I think in the era of rapid climate change and urban challenges, slowing down degradation is no longer enough. We need to move forward activities to heal, restore, and give back to the destination we visit. Today, we are going to look at how we can shift from sustainable to regenerative tourism. There will be 4 topics that I'm going to present. The first about the differences between sustainable and regenerative tourism, and then how regenerative urban tourism can be seen as a living system, and then the case study of the regenerative tourism in North Jakarta, Indonesia. This is my last year research. And finally, we will explore scenario for the urban regenerative urban tourism. So I'm going to talk very different from Professor Justin. He's talking about the island, but mine talking about urban, about city, but city in the coastal area. Well, tourism impact can be seen as a spectrum of transformation. It's located where the industry have been, where it is stand today, and where are we going to do the next. Well, I'll start with the conventional tourism. This is the old school business as usual models that characterized by high social and environmental degradation. When people start to aware about environment, then the industry move into green tourism. Well, this is a step up. The focus is doing less damage. Think about eco-friendly initiatives such as reusing hotel towels or installing energy efficiency light bulb where most of the destination apply. When sustainable tourism play the roles, the damage stop. Sustainability is about maintenance and efficiency, neutralizing the negative impact so we can preserve the nature. And to be in positive future, then we must move into restorative. Restorative practice don't just maintain, they begin to repair the damage of the past using tourism as a tool. Then now come the regenerative tourism. there is where the magic happens. The mindset shift fully from a system that gives back to the nature. It builds capacity, foster climate resilience, and ensure that host destination thrive and evolve over time. As you can see, this chart reminds us that sustainability is no longer the goal, it is the bridge. Our destination is where tourism become a powerful living force for global regeneration. As we think about future of tourism, it is becoming increasingly clear that simply reducing our footprint is no longer enough. We need to look at the paradigm shift happening right now, the evolution from sustainable tourism into regenerative tourism. It might sound similar, but different approach in how we interact with our world. Sustainable tourism has a core mindset of do no harm. It views the destination as a system to be managed, while regenerative tourism adopts a living system mindset. The philosophy shift from doing no harm to actively living it better than we found it. This directly influences the goals. The goals of sustainability is to minimize negative impact, while regenerative aims higher. Its goals is a net positive impact and actively soothing and restoring. Sustainable tourism rely on standardized intervention, like banning single-use plastic across tourism industry nowadays. Regenerative tourism take a holistic and place-based approach. It recognizes that an ecosystem or community can only be worked by complementing each other. Sustainability measured by volume-based growth and capacity management, such as managing visitor regeneration, reframe the economic model, focusing on inclusive well-being and multi-sectoral prosperity, ensuring that local community and environment bloom economically and socially alongside the business. To put it simple, regeneration aims for dynamic healing and systemic evolution. That's the difference between surviving and thriving. When talking about regenerative urban tourism, we redefine it as a living system, no longer as an industry. The roots and the branches you see from the slide, connecting community, economy, and nature, driven by three critical nodes of transformation. Node 1 is reversing touristification. The trend has been built exclusive tourism enclave and turn local heritage into commodified product. A living system approach completely flipped this. It shifts us toward creating shared culture spaces where visitor and local naturally coexist, share experience, and respect each other. In Node 2, locals as placekeeper, they are no longer become the passive beneficiary. Regenerative tourism elevate communities from inactive beneficiary to active stewards. This gives them a meaningful voice in collaboration governance, ensuring that the development of their home respect their needs. Finally, Node 3, multi-sectoral restoration. This is where the living system becomes visible. Instead of tourism operating in a bubble, it is broader urban regeneration agenda. Tourist revenue, visitor engagement, foot traffic are leveraged to fund and support vital projects such as river restoration, green space expansion, and neighborhood revitalization. These three nodes work together. The city infrastructure, nature environment, and its people become deeply intertwined. Now that we understand the philosophy shift toward regeneration, let's look at 6 indicators of regenerative urban tourism that we found from our previous research. Notice how they are arranged in an interconnected in circular web. This is intentionally in a living system. These elements do not exist in silo. They constantly complement each other. First indicator is governance and community participation. Regenerative tourism avoid top-down. Instead, it relies on collaboration, multi-stakeholder, ensuring local residents have a real voice and a seat on the table. And then moving clockwise, second indicator is environment and urban ecology. This means that moving past basic conservation and pushing toward ecosystem rehabilitation and climate resilience. Think about green roof, urban rewilding, to withstand climate change. Next, third indicator is local culture and identity. Rather than commodifying culture or turn a city into a theme park for tourists, the focus here on cultivating life identity and participate culture. It's about keeping the authentic living soul of the city vibrant for people who actually live there. Fourth indicator is local economy. True regeneration require an inclusive SME-driven economy dispersion. This means tourist dollars do not just go to multinational chains. Instead, they flow directly into small and medium enterprises, distributing wealth across the local neighborhood level. The next indicator is infrastructure and accessibility. This indicator focuses on blue-green mobility and integrated spatial design. It's about creating walkable spaces, expanding bike paths. So moving through the city actively improve the urban life. And the last indicator is visitor satisfaction. When all those 5 other indicators are healthy, the visitor experience transforms. It shifts away from superficial sightseeing toward authentic and responsible experience that leave a lasting positive impression for both tourists and also the destination. When we look at the model as a whole, we see that regenerative urban tourism is not just about managing tourists. It is a holistic blueprint for designing healthier, happier, and more resilient city for everyone. Now, let me introduce you to Jakarta, and hopefully this is introduction for Professor Justin, who will come to Jakarta soon. Jakarta is the capital city of Indonesia still. The city consists of 6 regions. And our case study is in the north part of Jakarta that urgently requires transformation. This map highlights a complex urban coastline where incredibly culture values are colliding with severe environmental distress. As you can see from the map, the region has lots of potential. North Jakarta is officially designed as Jakarta Prime Gateway for coastal urban regenerative tourism. Boasting an impressive network, they have 60 thematic tourist destinations, which you can see highlighted in the blue on the map. Despite this wealth of culture asset, North Jakarta currently ranks 5th in the visitor concentration among Jakarta administrative areas in 2025. It is a data-driven proof that traditional volume-based tourism strategy have completely failed to spark prosperity here. The root of this stagnation lies in the point 3, the threat. As indicated by the orange and red zone, the area faces chronic social and environmental challenges, severe seawater pollution, and aggressive seawall intrusion are fundamentally threatening the viability of the entire region, not just for the tourists, but also for the local community who live there. We cannot simply try to make our way out from the traditional tourism. Transition toward a regenerative model is urgently required here, not just to save tourism, of course, but also to align with the Indonesian long-term goals. Right. We use the cross-impact balance analysis in our previous study to create scenario for regenerative urban tourism in North Jakarta. 3 steps are taken. Step 1, 40 stakeholders define variables to map the city living system. And then step 2, semi-quantitative algorithm calculated the hidden systemic connection, dependency, and feedback loops between these variables. And step 3, this produced a morphological model identifying internally consistent pathway out of million of combination. Then it come out with our analysis that we produce 5 scenarios clustered into 3 zones and categorized by impact and consistency. Scenario 1 and scenario 2. Scenario 1 called regenerative collaboration and scenario 2 called adaptive ecological governance are the optimal zone defined by high consistency and high impact. Scenario 3, we call it ecological degradation, is the danger zone, which represent in red, the primary obstacle with the region viability. And scenario 4 and 5 are in high risk path, involving top-down exploitation and stagnation. Scenario 1 and scenario 2 are our suggestion for the administrative government of North Jakarta. Scenario 1 represents the ideal state where tourism function as a restorative instrument for the city. It's driven by multi-stakeholder partnership and equitable involvement for both tourism and non-tourism sector. While scenario 2 is a stable alternative where sustainability remains the baseline, but approach is more managerial and purely collaborative. Government play a dominant role in decision making with more space for public participation. Let me bring you to our example in the North Jakarta. Here are the example of ecosystem rehabilitation from the scenario 1. Sunterjaya Proclaim Kampung in Tanjung Priok, North Jakarta is a pilot urban kampung that successfully implement the concept of green and regenerative tourism. Shall we watch a short video about this kampung? Well, from the video, you can see several activities toward regenerative tourism. This kampung won the highest title of Sustainable Pro Climate Change, recorded in December 2025, which was given for the consistency of the community in maintaining a culture of caring for the environment. As you can see from the video, they even have urban farming rooftop, producing kangkung, producing other vegetables that they can sell to the local culinary business. And then the community always come with the green and environmental innovation. They're creating many things instead of the lack of the land, and they have a concept of verticultural, yeah, using the rooftop, and also they have a waste bank. And as you can see from the slide, they also have a Margot food waste cycle. And they also did climate mitigation action by waste management, by for creation and rain harvesting to reduce the risk of flood. The kampung itself nearby the ocean. The kampung become educational tourism destination. They even make walking tour maps. The environment is now a pilot for other region. They often being a host for educational tour for many region or even many countries because they succeed in environmental management at the site on community level. The Kampung Proclaim Sunterjaya is clear proof that active participation of community is able to create a healthy and regenerative urban tourism. Well, from what we research, there are three key strategic key takeaways that we can share regarding transformation from sustainable to regenerative tourism. This first one is about mindset. Mindset is the metric. We must measure not only just from the growth, but also from the capacity. For example, seeing expansion of the mangrove cover because we're talking about the coastal areas, and the returning of native species. It can be the metric. Or we can find the generational knowledge transfer, like young people nowadays start to practicing Betawi arts, dancing, where the skill itself can be economically viable again. And then the second one is governance is the engine, collaborative and multi-stakeholders is strictly operational prerequisite for destination regeneration. Pentahelix model apply where the governance is the policymakers, the academics such me as the sensor, the business as the turbo, the community as the driver, and also the media. Don't forget about the media as the driver, as the dashboard. And the third key takeaway is blue-green integration. Tourism must be function as restorative mechanism integrated into the city broader ecological agenda. Combination of water management with natural vegetation can create a spontaneity effect. For instance, the restoration of mangrove ecotourism zone as a living shoreline, or the reservoir become the sponge park that acts as a retention basin for providing flood, or also become the perimeter urban park with pavement. The park can be the lung for the resident and micro destination for the tourists. Well, it's come out to my last presentation. In conclusion, regenerative urban tourism is not just a different way. It's about actively healing the city. By focusing on restorative system, we ensure that tourism become a contributor to the longevity and vitality of our urban environment. That's all from me. Thank you for the attention, and I welcome for further discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back to the moderator.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bu Maya, for your very engaging and insightful presentation. Is that urban tourism can no longer simply apply the principle of sustainable tourism, which focus on reducing negative impacts, but rather needs to move towards regeneration tourism, which aims to restore, strengthen, and create new benefits for the environment, society, culture. Let's continue with the Q&A session in the next 10 minutes. There is some question in the chat box. For the first question is from Pak Hilmi Ali Fahmi. He asked about, Bu Maya, do you think sustainable tourism is absolute and should be replaced with regenerative tourism? Concerning your 5 future scenario, can the two be integrated?
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Pak Fahmi. No, I don't think sustainable is tourism replaced by regenerative. It's a continuum. Still, sustainable tourism be there, but it will be more perfect by doing the regenerative tourism. Since sustainable tourism is about to make it less damage, do no harm, then regenerative tourism is what we can give back to the community, to the destination. And so it's not replacing, it's a continuum activities. And concerning about the 5 future scenario, can to be integrated, of course. Yeah, the 2 scenario, the optimum scenario that we've been recommend we recommend that to the local administrative, and soon it become the policy brief to make action in terms of doing regenerative urban tourism, because North Jakarta itself, is there anybody live in North Jakarta been suffering from the flood, from the road, so they should do something very urgent. I think that's for me.
Yeah, it's important for us, for human environmental, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a second question from Kalatika Cahya. Thank you for the very thought-provoking presentation. Viewing sites as living system really changes in the way we think about tourism. When we redefine urban tourism as a living system, the goal shifts from simply maintaining to regenerating destination. Based on your own travel experiences or research, what are the most inspiring examples for tourism initiatives that truly make urban environments better and more vibrant than before? And is there any evidence in Indonesia, particularly in North Jakarta, other than Sunter Muara Proclaim Village?
Okay, thank you for the question. Based on my experience, of course, Kampung Proclaim is not the only one. If you follow the Ministry of Tourism speech, she mentioned about 3 areas in Indonesia will be the model, will be the project for the regenerative tourism. Jakarta is one of it, and the other is, if I'm not mistaken, is Bali and also Riau, which means that Jakarta has been appointed because it's really urgent to do the regenerative. And what we can do for the regenerative tourism, we give back to the destination. As simple as if you're a student, then maybe when you traveling to a destination, maybe you can become a volunteer for the for the host in the destination, such as if you can teach how to speaking proper language, how to cook or serve proper meals, as simple as that. So we give back to the nature and we give back to the social community. And is there any other evidence than Sunter Muara? Of course, in Bali, of course. Bali has lots of village that already get an award from the best tourism village. Yeah, of course, because they are regenerative. I think that's my question, my answer.
Okay, thank you. And there is the third question from Sudiana Wahyudi. The question is, I highly appreciate it, Bumaya, considering that regenerative tourism emphasizes creating positive impacts and improving the well-being of local communities and ecosystems. How can Indonesia transform its tourism industry from a sustainable based approach into a regenerative tourism model that not only protects destination but also actively restore the environment, strengthens local culture, and improve the quality of life local people?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think nowadays Indonesia already moved toward the regenerative tourism. There are lots of the program that offered not only from the government but also from the private side, such as, if I'm not mistaken, there is a wise travel program that counting the miles from the travelers. So when people traveling, of course, they produce emission, and then the emission itself can be converted into dollars or rupiah, into values. Then they have to pay back in terms not the money, but in terms of how they such as buying a seed for the trees, or maybe they can do social worker to give back. So give back is the keywords for the regenerative, and Indonesia already starting towards the regenerative tourism.
Okay, it's nice to hear that. And there is a question from Santi Dewi Fauzi. How can regenerative tourism be implemented without creating a greenwashing, which is perception of green image without genuinely sustainable practice?
Okay, thank you, Miss Santi, for the question. Yeah, nowadays people are really aware about greenwashing for the image only. Yeah, but of course, the regenerative tourism can be measured by the impact, positive impact. Like in my previous presentation, we're not seeing just the growth, but we're seeing what can the destination and the host community get. So yeah, of course, greenwashing is just an image. Yeah, just doing like planting tree or doing social worker. But of course, we have to measure the impact of those activities. Regenerative tourism look more into the positive impact rather than avoiding negative impact. So what can we do to make the destination better than before? So it's important to understand the regenerative rather than just doing the greenwashing. I think people nowadays is already moving from the greenwashing because nowadays tourists are smart tourists. They know exactly the impact that what they and of course nowadays when people traveling they really feel satisfied not only because fulfill their expectation, but when they share something, when they do something for others, that it gives more memorable experience for many tourists nowadays. So like nowadays people just not traveling because they want it, but they also want to do something for the destination. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Bumaya, I have one question for you.
Okay.
It's according to the case study that have you done, what strategies are needed to ensure tourism development benefits both visitor and local communities? Just this question for you. Thank you.
Okay. I think the keywords is about collaboration between stakeholders. Well, sometimes the collaboration itself, it's easy to be pronounced, but when it's applied, usually they has a vested interest from each other. So that's why the scenario ones that we suggest is about the collaborative stakeholder partnerships. And we put people, host community, and environments as the important or the center of the thoughts. Not only because the people who are in power has to do something, just doing the program, but the benefit itself. And the host community no longer become the passive beneficiary. They have to be the active stewards. They involve. They're not just listening from the government. So it's not the top down. It should be on the other hand, bottom to top. That's the
Okay.
strategy.
Yeah, the benefit will feel both for visitor and
Yes.
local people.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Maya. Ladies and gentlemen, QA time is over. We apologize for any answer question. Okay. And we hope the presentation from our speakers have broadened your knowledge and help you develop your skill and the field of sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship. Thank you for our invited speaker, Prof. Justin Talon and Ms. Maya. Dear seminar participants, we apologize for any inconvenience. I return it to MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Rahmawati, for guiding panel session A. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to panel session B. To guide our next two speakers, I'm delighted to introduce our moderator, Dr. Prasetya Yoga Santosa. Dr. Yoga is the head of the doctoral program in communication science at Universitas Sahid. As an experienced academic, he possesses extensive expertise in public communication, multimedia strategies, marketing, political communication, and digital transformation. Dr. Yoga achieved his doctoral program in communication science at Universitas Pajajaran. He's also a consultant expert in several government institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Prasetya Yoga Santoso. The time is yours.
All right. Thank you very much, Farah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Good morning
wabarakatuh.
and peace as formally upon us. The Honorable Rector of Sahid University, Professor Dr. Engineer Giatmi, MSc, the Chairman of INCOSTE 2026, Dr. Raneri Munawar, distinguished invited speakers, esteemed university leaders, scholars, researchers, practitioners, presenters, students, and all participants joining us today. It's a great honor for me to serve as a moderator for the second panel session of the first international conference on sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship in INCOSTE 2026. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our session today continues the important conversation on the theme of this conference, Resilient Futures, Innovating for Sustainable Tourism Recovery. This theme reminds us that tourism recovery should not only be understood as the return of visitor numbers or economic activity. More importantly, tourism recovery must become a transformation towards a more resilient, inclusive, responsible, culturally rooted, and sustainable future. In this panel, we will listen to two distinguished speakers who bring two complementary perspectives. The first speaker will offer insight into gastronomy, culture, storytelling, creative tourism, and community-based tourism. The second speaker will broaden our discussion into sustainability, competitiveness, rural development, regional economics, and local development. Together, these perspectives are highly relevant because the future of tourism is not only about attracting people to destination, it's about creating value, protecting culture, empowering communities, strengthening governance, and ensuring sustainability for the future generations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first invited speaker, Dr. Jutamas Janwisansing from Thailand. Dr. Jutamas is the managing director and consultant of a Perfect Link Consulting Group, and also executive committee member of the Pacific Asia Travel Association, Thailand chapter, and founder of Thailand Gastronomy Network. She has a rich multidisciplinary background. She began her academic and professional journey in a television production and drama production. Before continuing her studies in New Zealand, she earned her master's degree in commerce and management, as well as her doctorate in tourism planning and destination marketing from Lincoln University, New Zealand. Her academic career began at the Prince of Songkhla University in 1996. Later, she served as the director of Graduate School of Tourism Management at Assumption University for 8 years, where she contributed significantly to the establishment of the first PhD program, Hospitality and Tourism in Thailand. Since 2022, Dr. Jutamas has recognized as an expert by ICAT, the International Institute of Gastronomic Culture, Arts and Tourism. Her expertise covers destination marketing, branding strategies, climate-friendly management, sustainable tourism, community-based tourism, positive psychology, gastronomy tourism, gastrodiplomacy, and storytelling through food. Her work reminds us that gastronomy is not merely about cuisine. It's about culture, identity, memory, diplomacy, local wisdom, and the way communities communicate themselves to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly note that Dr. Jutamas' presentation will be delivered through recorded video presentation. Therefore, we will not have a live question and answer session after her presentation. Operator, may we please play the recorded presentation from Dr. Jutamas Janwisansing.
Hi, my name is Jutamas Janwisansing, and I'm the president of Thailand Gastronomy Network. I'm pleased to be able to speak to you today. This is a very important conference on international sustainability and also entrepreneurship. Welcome to this talk. I like to address the issues through gastronomy, and I know that gastronomy becomes something that people talked about a lot in the latest years. The key thing is that gastronomy is very much related just about every aspect of sustainability, and also particularly with the smaller producers and also entrepreneurships that relate to the whole supply chain. So let me spend another 15 minutes address these issues to you. I like to see gastronomy as part of the strategic tools rather than just an experience for tourism. How can we elevate this gastronomy experience into something that's very special to the tourist, and more importantly, special to the destination? So let me share the screen. And the topic that I like to talk about today is about gastronomy as a strategic tool, how destination can really elevate the experience and how you can create value through all of this, the whole supply chain that we talk about. Let me a bit introduce you to Thailand Gastronomy Network we established as part of the ASEAN Gastronomy Network since 2017 and 18 when we really kind of like born. So now it has been many years that we work on this, but the key that we believe in is that people don't travel just to eat. They travel to experience a place, and they experience a place through taste. So the taste of place is our philosophy. Food is really very much deeply embedded in our cultural identity. So everywhere you go, you just want to see how local people express their identity through every experience of the food that you enjoy. It's not just only the food on the plate. So I like you to get everyone to think of gastronomy, of things that beyond the plate. Not just only the food on the plate, but it's go beyond. And also, what more importantly, it's even go behind that. So it's very much, it's about the tradition, it's about the history. When we talk about this, I would like to introduce you to the term that we may not be so understand it or use it so much, but it's really embedded into our food culture. It's called tukua. Tukua is very much like what is your food, because it's so unique to where you are. Who you are is very much has been shaped by geography, by the cultural practices, even the environments that you are in. The seasonality, I'm sure that we cannot have the same mango when you go to one destination to the other. You know why? Because of the geography, because of the climate. So this is make it so unique, and no one can really copy or imitate this at all, because the tuhua is come from the nature. So the challenge of tourism is very much now when we go everywhere. Sometimes you ask yourself, am I in Jakarta? Am I in Bangkok? Am I in Singapore? Because of the homogenized destinations that make it very much, people are longing to experience something very unique. I wouldn't say authentic, because the authenticity is a really big issue that we have to talk about when we are in the food culture. But the key is, once it's unique, people are really start looking at it beyond what we can just compete on price. So I want to share that sustainability is not just only price competition, it's very much thinking about how we really capitalize on our culture, how we can live with it, how we be with the culture. Preservation and also innovation come in. So gastronomy should be treated as a product, not as a product, but should be treated as a strategy. And if you heard of it, UNESCO already talked about food waste, food culture, the way that intangible cultural heritage embedded into everyday way of life. So the sense of place that make this can be elevated into strategic tools to make your destination sustainable, memorable, and even get it into the high tourism value. So let me emphasize that behind and beyond the taste, it's not just only about focusing on the service-based economy anymore. Yes, it's still important, the starting point when you go into excellent service, but that's just only the starting point, because what more important is that you need to really get the service to create a memorable experience. There are two different processes. There are two different things. People tend to finish off with the service process, but never really elevate that experience into an experience, real experience-based economy, because people really want to enjoy that. Let me just give the point in case I show you to do these photos, because this is where the service become an experience, where gastronomy talk about sustainability in one really memorable experience. This is honey. Honey is everywhere. But if you really understand the core, when you have honey in certain geography is different. If you come, for example, I work with Songkhla, the destination in the southern part of Thailand, and we enjoy stingless bees honey because the taste profile is so different. It's got that seasonality, it's got the geographical reasons. So, for example, as this photo, we are designing honey tasting, pairing, or even talk about local producer who really create this unique experience. It become a very gastronomic experiences for the local destinations. It's become something that value added because you can pair it with many different menus. You can even pair it with the sweet dessert, ice cream, coffee. So we can design this as a workshop where people can enjoy it. So this is one of the examples that I was talking about to give you an example. So the shift is very much food as product. No more. It should be gastronomy as system. How do we think of it as a system? I give you 4-5 different elements: ingredient, culture, landscape, story, and experience. Link that together as a way of thinking about it. So gastronomy, again, destination, how they express itself. So give you 4 layers to be the framework. I know a lot of you are academic researchers. You might be able to identify many of these frameworks and come up with different interesting research topics. For example, identity layer is so important. Food as a maker of place. This is where the whole thing starts. But then the second layer is when you get that assets, identity, and then start designing the experience from consumption to engagement. We need more experiential engaging system. And the third system, when you do 1 and 2, it becomes economic layers. People talk about how community can then benefit from the whole things. You decide the experience when people appreciating the stories, appreciating who produced it. So the layer number 3 come from 1 and 2. Layer number 4 is when you 1, 2, 3 link together, think of it, the policy. How can you really start thinking about the policy of the destinations, marketing, branding? This is the 4 layers that I think is one of the key ingredients for destination to elevate gastronomy as a strategic tool. So it's so important, the experience layer, that we can do more. And this is when you can add value through this experience layer, because the premium products come from your design thinking. So come with all that. And the support is very much come from the policy. Everything that come to sustainability have to be embedded in that experience as well. So let me give you an example of what the campaign that we did. This is, you can follow us on Thailand Gastronomy Network. We used the whole 4 layers and then launched this Eat the East campaign with the policymaker, with the entrepreneur, and think of it as sustainability. Identify the asset of 9 different provinces in the eastern part of Thailand. So to leave the thought with this talk, start with mapping your asset, design it, build story, empower local, and then integrate the branding into it. The future is very much on wellness. Talk about wellness when you talk about gastronomy, talk about regenerative tourism, and don't forget cultural sustainability is embedded in your local people. So I think those are things that I like to talk to you today. And I know that there are lots of questions that you might want answered, but I might be able to address just a few of them. But I hope you enjoyed the talk. I have 2 questions that people already asked, so I will quickly address the questions. Question number one is that many people always think about how can small destination start with all this process. Can a small or big destination do the same? I think we use the same formula. The key thing is that it doesn't matter big or small. The key is start with local people, start with identifying assets within your local and get them to work together and build that inclusive value chain. And I think that is the key to the success of all of these process. So if you want to leave more questions, this is my email address, and also you can follow us on Thailand Gastronomy Network. You can just scan, and we have a lot of things interesting, and I hope I will be able to see you in any other times again, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much, and see you again. สวัสดีค่ะ
Sawadika. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Vitamas, for the insightful and inspiring presentation. Also make me hungry because your presentation. Okay. From her presentation, we are reminded that gastronomy tourism is not only about food as a tourism product. It's about cultural narratives, local identity, community participation, and the power of storytelling to connect local heritage with global tourism audiences. Her perspective is very important for Asia and many destinations in Southeast Asia because our culinary tradition, local wisdom, and community stories are not only assets of the past, but also strategic resources for the future of sustainable tourism. Because Dr. Vitama's presentation was delivered through a recorded format, we will not proceed with a live Q&A session for the presentation. We shall now continue to our second invited speaker. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce our second invited speaker, Dr. Shaba Shooks, Associate Professor of the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences, also known as the MATE. He is based on the Carly Robert campus with an Institute of Rural Development and Sustainable Economy. Dr. Shooks earned his PhD in Management and Organizational Sciences from the Doctoral School of Management and Organizational Science at the St. Itzwan University. He also holds a master's degree in English Language and Literature from Witwatersrand University and a Master of Science in Mathematics Teaching from Esterhazy Karoli Catholic University. Before his current position, Dr. Shooks built a strong academic career as an assistant lecturer in the Institute of Tourism, Rural Development and Foreign Language, and later as an assistant professor in the Department of Marketing and Hospitality. His teaching areas include competitiveness in tourism, regional economics, and sustainability in tourism, delivered in both Hungarian and English. He also has extensive international academic experience through various Erasmus teaching mobility programs across Europe, including Romania, Germany, Portugal, Italy, the Czech Republic, Spain, Finland, and Poland. In addition, he has contributed to European projects related to agroecology, vocational education for sustainable European tourism and rural development. Dr. Shooks' scholarly works focus on the important relationship between sustainability and competitiveness, particularly in tourism and local development. His perspective is highly relevant for today's discussion, especially as many destinations seek to recover, compete, and grow without sacrificing environmental responsibility cultural integrity, and community welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, after Dr. Zhu's presentation, we will have a short Q&A session for all participants. Please submit your question through the Zoom chat box. I will select and combine several questions to keep the discussion focused and meaningful. Dr. Zhu, thank you very much for joining us. The floor is yours. You still mute, Dr. Zhu?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to share my presentation.
Okay, please.
Give me a minute, please.
Sure.
Yes, that seems to be the one. I hope everybody can see it properly.
Still cannot see your presentation.
Really?
Yeah.
I did do my best.
Or maybe from the operator here can help you.
Let me try it again.
Okay, please.
Oh, wait a second. If not, I will ask. Oh la la. Yeah, that always happens to me. Let me give it another try and then. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Then I will need to ask for some backup help.
Okay, maybe Panitia can. Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe Ram can share it and then I
Okay.
can talk about it.
All right. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Now I can see it.
That. Okay. Very good.
Please.
Okay. So what I'm going to talk about is, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, what I'm going to talk about in this speech, which is not about the results of rigorous research. Since it's the first international conference on sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship, I thought it would be appropriate to begin with a conceptual suggestion. And the core of this speech is to propose a new way we should look at sustainability. And we have already heard about it by Professor Maya, and her presentation was music to my ears, because it proves that at long last, we are starting to speak the same language. Okay. Can we go on to the next slide, please? And let me begin with a quote by Sir David Attenborough. He said that, I think sometimes we need to take a step back and just remember that we have no greater right to be on the planet than any other animal. And yet, the business world has done the exact opposite. The obvious goal has always been more growth, more profit, more flights. But we must face a difficult truth. The path of more has led us to the edge of planetary limits.
and we find ourselves at the midpoint of a decisive decade. When it began, it was a deadline for action. Now it's a mirror reflecting our progress. And looking into this mirror, we must realize that we cannot solve our current crisis with the very logic that created them. And this is why we need a fundamental shift. Okay, in order to understand where we are going, we must look at how we got here. Therefore, first, I will look at the Kondratiev cycles. Secondly, I will talk about the sustainability paradox. Third, we will take a look at the hard reality of planetary boundaries. And finally, I will propose a new way to define sustainability. And while standard business cycles lost a few years, super cycles span 40 to 60 years and fundamentally reshape global industries. As you can see, history has moved through 5 distinct waves during which each technological breakthrough that built the modern world extracted a profound biological cost. Yes, the first industrial revolution caused manufacturing capacity to skyrocket. But the burning of coal triggered the first major spike on carbon emissions. Then, expanding rail network enabled rapid transition of goods and people. But this required aggressive land transformation, leaving massive footprints on biodiversity. Then, electricity lit up cities, and the automobile created individual mobility. But this wave locked society into a dependency on oil consumption and introduced chemical pollution. The Green Revolution, which wasn't green at all, industrialized agriculture with the synthetic fertilizers and automated machinery. Simultaneously, commercial jet engines arrived, laying the foundation for global mass travel. But industrial farming and mass travel flooded the atmosphere with greenhouse gases. The internet automated supply chains, fueling a highly interconnected global service economy. But more efficient and accessible systems cause global hyperconsumption, driving the ecosystem into a danger zone. And by now, we have already entered the 6th wave, and this decade is our narrow window to prevent irreversible climate tipping points. But if you think about it, we are already past the halfway mark. We must face the facts. We have let 250 years of brilliant engineering create a collective ecological disaster. The 6th wave is our chance to separate innovation from destruction. Entrepreneurial success can no longer be about maximizing consumption or pushing volume at all costs. I mean, at all environmental cost. The 6th wave demands a different standard. We must innovate strictly within the ecological boundaries of our living planet. We talk about saving the planet, yet we are trapped in concepts designed to exploit it, which brings us to the sustainability paradox. The word sustainability is used as if we all agreed on its meaning. It entered the global mainstream in 1987, with the Brundtland Commission focusing on time, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the future. But corporations exploited this vague language to mask sustainable growth, which is a logical impossibility on a final planet. We must point out a fundamental mistake. Sustainability and sustainable development are not interchangeable. Development is a process. Sustainability is an enduring state. Organizations like the World Wildlife Fund introduced the carrying capacity of ecosystems. Their strategy was clear: improve human life, but stay within the planet's physical limits. The fact is that we are actively driving past these biophysical limits. Tourism generates roughly 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Coastal zones, forests are systematically fragmented to build resorts, causing irreversible biodiversity loss. Food waste and the maintenance of artificial landscape flood local water systems with toxic materials. We spend millions trying to make hotels more energy efficient and encourage guests to reuse towels. We have heard that today. But this is the efficiency trap. Without absolute volume caps, efficiency simply lowers costs and accelerates total consumption. To see why this happens, let's translate this traditional optimization model into the language of mathematics and visualize it. This graph illustrates a model balancing human development against ecological constraints. The red dashed line represents the carrying capacity, which sets a biophysical limit, is the maximum resource consumption our planet can sustain. The green solid curve represents the quality of human life, measuring our progress over time. But the true message lies in its system dynamics. In the early stages, as you can see, the green curve rises sharply, and efficiency gains create massive jumps in well-being. But as the system matures, we experience diminishing returns. Progress slows down. Mathematically speaking, as efficiency approaches infinity, by infinity it means getting infinitely close to the red dashed lines, the rate of change in the quality of life approaches zero. The quality of human life gets infinitely close to the carrying capacity cap, but it never actually reaches it. This is what we mean by infinity. Let us now look at this definition with a deeply critical eye. It says improving the quality of human life while living within the carrying capacity of supporting ecosystems. Do you see the trap? It is still about us, humans. It views nature merely as a supporting mechanism. This is exactly what Sir David Attenborough warned us about. In the sixth wave, this is no longer enough. We cannot treat the Earth as a life support system. But the real danger is even worse. As we can we go on to the next slide, please? Yes. Okay. As we can see on this more realistic visualization, the safety margin, I called it the leeway, denoted as delta, has been explicitly mapped. In the early stages, the system possesses a massive buffer, a large leeway. You can see it in blue in Delta 1. If a crisis hits, the ecosystem absorbs the shock, keeping the economy and society safe. But as we optimize our quality of life to the edge of that boundary, the leeway shrinks to zero. But because we have stripped away all operational leeway, a minor fluctuation can prop a human trajectory straight into the red zone. So to build true resilience, we must ask a question. What do we really want to sustain? Do we want to sustain profit margins, the number of flights, or the fertility of the soil and the cultural identity of communities? We cannot sustain everything at once. We must choose. If we try to sustain business as usual while the planet's life support systems fail, we are not sustainable. We are delusional. And to build true resilience, we must replace the linear concept of a single carrying capacity with a multidimensional reality and consider the framework of the planetary boundaries. This framework identifies 9 critical biophysical processes that regulate the stability of our planet. As you can see, these categories span from climate change through biosphere integrity to pollution caused by compounds such as plastics. These metrics are not vague political ideals. They are the strict tolerances of planet Earth. The core of this model is a green safety zone designed to keep our planet balanced. If our factories, logistics, international travel networks stay inside this area, nature is resilient enough to cushion our impact, fix our mistakes, and withstand sudden shocks. Within these boundaries, the living world can heal itself naturally. However, if we cross these lines, we risk pushing the environment past a point of no return. And to understand the terrifying trajectory we are on, we must look at how, go back one. We must look at how this has evolved over the last decade and a half. In 2009, when the model was introduced, only 3 boundaries were crossed. By 2015, that number crept up to 4. By 2023, 6 boundaries had been breached. And today, the data shows that 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries have been crossed, with ocean acidification recently entering the high-risk zone. The logical question arises, how come that these facts do not make their effects felt? We have already breached 7 out of 9 boundaries, and seemingly nothing has happened. Life goes on, hotels are full, trade is booming. This phenomenon is called the illusion of stability. By the time we realize that there is something wrong, it's already too late. To understand why, imagine a water lily growing in a pond. The lily doubles in size every single day. If left unchecked, it will cover the pond in 30 days. On day 1, it covers an invisible fraction of the water. On day 26, after nearly 4 weeks, it covers only 6% of the pond. But on day 29, the lily suddenly covers 50%. If we wait until day 29 to take action, because that is when it finally looks like a big problem, we do not have another 29 days to fix it. How much time do we have left? We have only 1 day left. The reason it feels nothing has happened is due to 3 features of complex planetary systems. First, in an exponential curve, growth looks flat for the majority of the timeline. If a system doubles every year, it explodes from 25% to total collapse in the final 2 intervals. The second feature is that for decades, oceans absorbed over 90% of our excess industrial heat and a third of our carbon emissions. This buffer masked the true damage, but now that buffer is failing, signaled by the latest breach of the ocean acidification boundary. Thirdly, breaching a boundary weakens the structural pillars holding up the system. Breaching one boundary is not an isolated event. It activates a domino effect. And here lies the ultimate trap. Traditional governance assumes that if we realize we are in trouble when the planet is 50% degraded, the orange dot on your screen, go back, yes. We still have half of our timeline left to fix. This is what they think. But in an exponential curve, 50% capacity means you are exactly 1 step away from the red line. When we combine this short timeline with a biophysical bullwhip effect, the trap snaps shut. Even if humanity undergoes, next slide, please. Yes, thank you. Even if humanity undergoes a massive awakening at 50% capacity and slams on the economic brakes, the accumulated momentum of our past actions will carry us forward. The system cannot stop instantly. This means that we cannot manage sustainability reactively. We must govern anticipatively, structuring our societies and our tourism networks well within the safe space today before the exponential spikes rob us our ability to break. And this brings us to our final chapter, in which an attempt will be made to redefine sustainability. How did we allow ourselves to breach 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries and still get trapped in the illusion of stability? The answer is simple. We have been measuring success with flawed definitions. We adopted words that made us feel safe while allowing business as usual to destroy our buffer zones. To build this true resilience, we must critically evaluate the very foundations of our thinking. We must look at what is fundamentally wrong with our traditional tools. So what's wrong with the Brundtland definition? Well, it's too vague to be operationalized. What constitutes a need? A smartphone, a vacation, or clean water? It assumes a healthy baseline, meaning that is strictly about conservation, maintaining things as they are, but ecosystems are already collapsing. And it lacks physical boundaries. It treats the relationship between generations and as an ethical or philosophical problem rather than a physical boundary problem. And what's wrong with the ecological definition? Well, it allows for spatial masking. This definition doesn't specify which ecosystems human societies must live in. It doesn't position us as an integrated part of the ecosystem. And honestly, living within the carrying capacity is the language of bare minimums. In the sixth wave, it's not enough to be less bad. Let's take a look at aviation. Please try to guess the fuel consumption of a standard long-haul flight. At cruising altitude and speed, it consumes approximately how much? 3 or 4 liters of jet fuel per second. During the takeoff, it spikes up to 12 liters per second. If a technological miracle suddenly could cut that consumption by half, we might think we saved the planet, but we fall into the Jevons paradox. As efficiency increases, the relative cost of using a resource drops. This price reduction drives demand so high that it paradoxically increases total consumption. Efficiency without absolute ecological caps is not a solution. It's an acceleration mechanism. In the sixth wave, we must move beyond the illusion of efficiency and shift toward absolute resource boundaries. So what are the elements that are missing from the old definitions, and what concepts are needed to create a new one? Well, the first one is self-regeneration and healing, which means shifting from static preservation to active ecosystem recovery. We have heard that today. Socio-ecological systems refer to the integration of humans as part of nature, not external actors. Localized autonomy means eradicating spatial masking, while qualitative flourishing is moving past survival metrics towards systematic happiness. And on this basis, I propose a new definition, but with social scientists it's difficult. It's not mathematics, but it's an attempt. Okay, so sustainability means the capacity of socio-ecological systems to self-generate, heal, and flourish within biophysical planetary boundaries without relying on external ecological subsidies. It tells us that an enterprise, a destination, or a tourism network is sustainable if and only if its presence actively heals the very system that supports it. And this is what the new definition looks like. When a massive shock hits, what this depicts, I'm trying to explain what this depicts. Okay, when a massive shock hits, such as an extreme wildfire or a supply chain failure, human thriving drops and impact spikes. In the old model, this is the moment of overshoot. But the new system spirals safely back. Why? Here comes the magic, because we didn't maximize our growth. This buffer allows the planet's life support systems to absorb the blow while giving socio-economic networks the resilience to adapt. But are we on the right track? Well, as you can see in this matrix, pioneers around the world already mapping this future. I'm not going to read it out. We have heard very good examples of what I've been talking about today. So really, there is no need to read it out. Okay, but what is important that ecological sustainability is not about sacrificing economies. It's about restructuring them. Bhutan, New Zealand, Venice are highly strategic. This is important. They are protecting the very physical assets that make them desirable. In the sixth wave, the most competitive tourism networks will not be the cheapest ones, but the most resilient ones. Managing this ecological ceiling, however, is only half the battle. True sustainability cannot look at environmental limits in a vacuum. We must combine the planetary ceiling with a solid social foundation as economic floor that ensures equity and vitality for local communities. But that will have to be the topic of another speech. For now, the message is that generations before us looked at the earth as an infinite commodity, asking only what nature could yield for human progress. President Kennedy challenged his generation to shift from consumption to citizenship. Today, the sixth wave demands that we issue that exact same challenge to ourselves, but on a planetary scale in this manner. Ask not what our planet can yield for our growth, but ask what our civilization can design to heal our planet. And we have already got some answers to it in my speech as well, and in the matrix. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, all remains to be done on my part is to say thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zukes, for a very rich and thoughtful, provoking presentation. Very interesting. Your presentation has given us an important European and international perspective on how sustainability and competitiveness should not be treated as separate agendas. Rather, both must be integrated if tourism wants to create long-term value for destination, local communities, and future generations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the Q&A session. Due to our limited time, I kindly invite participants to submit their question through the chat box. I will take 1 or 2 questions depending on the available time. Okay, before taking question from the audience, allow me to ask 1 question to Dr. Zukes. Dr. Zukes, thank you for your excellent presentation. My question is this. In many emerging tourism destinations, including Indonesia, post-pandemic recovery often creates pressure to increase the number of visitors as quickly as possible. However, sustainability requires us to protect local communities, cultural identity, environmental capacity, and long-term resilience. Based on European experience and your work on sustainability and competitiveness, what kind of governance model and practical indicator should destination use to balance tourism competitiveness with sustainability so that tourism growth does not turn into the over-tourism but becomes long-term value creation for local communities?
Wow, that's a difficult question. And you know, if I knew the exact answer to that, I think I would be, you know, a very high representative. Or even they don't know it. I believe that yes, local communities are very, very important. I think they are the core because it is their interest. Not only to protect, but as I talked about it and we heard it before, to heal and regenerate their immediate environment. You know, when we are investors, we focus on profit, and that will hurt local communities, and that will hurt in the long run not only sustainability but competitiveness as well. So government actions, I think, you know, there is no one universal answer. Each and every place will have to find their way. Like in the matrix, you could see that there are different approaches how to improve their immediate environment. So I think what the government should do is to listen and allow space from bottom-up initiations.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much to Dr. Zukes for your comprehensive answer, actually. Okay, we are also have several questions coming from the chat box.
Very good.
All the time. Okay, I will see this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. From Sudiana Wahyudi. Okay. Thank you for the insightful presentation, Dr. Sabah, considering we are already in the mid of 2020 to 2030 timeline. How can we accelerate the global transfer and commercialization on this six-wave green technology to developing nations rapidly enough to meet this narrow window?
How can we accelerate global transfer? Well, the real problem, I want to be honest, the real problem is that we need, as I mentioned, the fundamental shift and the fundamental shift of thinking and interest. At the moment, with very, very few exceptions, was the core of our thinking, was the number one priority of businesses. Okay. It's profit. Yes, it's profit. It's profit, not the environment. And the shift, the magic of this should be to create profit through regeneration.
All right.
Okay, this is what will propel us away from the dangerous trajectory that we are on. You know, like I mentioned, the best ones, the most competitive enterprises will not be the cheapest one, will not be the most effective ones. It will be the more resilient ones. And for that, part of profit at least will have to be sacrificed. Now the question is, are we willing to do that? Okay, this is what would accelerate this global transfer.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much.
And one more thing, you don't need to agree with me. I mean, the participants. I don't think, I tell my students that do challenge yourselves into like answering these questions. There must be like global debates about it. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, there's a second question. What could be the solution for small coastal tourism destination to mitigate the impact of climate on destination?
Yes.
There's a
This
same
is really the
question
question. Yes, this is really the question of local and global. Local and global. Climate is a global phenomenon. Small coastal tourism destinations are really locals, minor. And how can they mitigate? They have to do the very best they can. We've seen examples of that. But the trouble is, all in all, it doesn't just depend on them. It depends on all businesses, because it's a global phenomenon. I mean, look at the world around us. And I'm not talking about tourism. I'm talking just about wars. I mean, tourism should be or is really the industry of peace, so to say. Okay.
Yeah.
In creating interconnections, creating businesses across nations, spreading values, local values on an international stage. On the other side, we are choking out greenhouse gases. We range wars. We endanger really societies, and logging is a huge problem. Plastics, microplastics. So all these have to be answered all at once. So what local communities can do is to do their best. They need to analyze what's in their range, really, what their tools might be. Yeah, that's what I can say about that.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Zwigs. Okay, I think this is the last question from Lisa Dwi Ratna Dewi. Okay, Dr. Shaba, we are agree with your presentation, but in Asia, we have difficulties and we are trying in facing the government policy related to the forest sustainability and ethical. Maybe you have suggestion what we have to do as an academician in this situation.
I think the question is in the answer. Yeah, it's government policy. How can we convince government? How can we convince big business can influence and convince governments? We researchers, well, I don't know how we can have our voice heard, have conferences, present, promote our findings, invite politicians to our university lectures, to conferences like these. I don't know if there are really decision makers in this conference.
Yeah.
Because these conferences are really eye openers.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's a good answer. Okay, I think
these are tricky questions. And the solutions are not necessarily obvious.
Right?
Yes. Basically.
Okay. Well, actually, there's two more questions. You like to still want to answer it?
Well, it's up to you. I don't know if you are running out of time.
Okay, I think you still have time actually. Okay.
Okay.
Just two question, okay? Okay.
Okay.
This from Kilatika Cahaya. I remember you mentioned the need to create a new definition for sustainability. In your own journey, have you encountered a tourism destination or project that successfully embodies this new definition by actively restoring the local ecosystem rather than just minimizing harm? What can other destinations learn from it?
To be honest, I have not. I've seen attempts, but in the chart that I presented, I did not talk about them. And in one of the previous presentations, it was Professor Maya. She gave us really nice examples. Well, in my presentation, there was reusing, recycling 90% of all waste that's created in the destination. Well, whether it's healing or whether it's minimizing, at the moment, with our current technology, what can we do? The problem is that we rely too much on products that we don't even think that might be harmful. Okay, like plastics. It's inevitable these days. Okay.
All right.
Recycling, reusing 90% of our waste is already a huge achievement. But whether it's minimizing or whether it goes into healing, we will need to. I mean, this is a research gap if you think about it. To go there, see what they do, and analyze it, mathematically, statistically, from a biological point of view, taking samples, analyzing them in a laboratory, the soil, but I can't do that. I need to cooperate with researchers of other fields.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
And sorry, I think there was one more question in this. What can destination learn
what can other
from it?
destination learn from it?
Yes. For that, what can they learn from it? The best answer would be, because our way of thinking is profit. Okay. And it would be very nice to see how all these attempts affect competitiveness, the profit, how the profit is used, how it can infiltrate into local communities. But there is always a trap. I mean, you put money into local communities. You want to preserve local communities. But how will this extra money affect the very core, the very origin of the local community? You see?
Yeah.
You bump into another question.
Yes. Okay.
It's extremely complex.
Yes. I agree about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Last question from Prita Ayodhya, is actually one of my students. Okay, great presentation, Dr. Kusaba. In a global perspective, do you have any solution for Indonesia in the geopolitical technology for tourism in Indonesia? I think it's great.
I must be honest that no. I've not experienced the situation there.
Okay.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for all the questions. It's really is interesting.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Zukes. Since we
Thank you
are,
very much.
yeah, thank you. Since we are approaching the end of the conversation, we may not be able to address all questions in the chat box maybe. However, the question is submitted by a participant who show important and relevant this topic is for all of us. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly synthesize our discussion today. From Dr. Thomas, Jan Wisansing, we learned that gastronomy, storytelling, and creative tourism are powerful instruments for community culture, identity, local wisdom. Tourism becomes more meaningful when it is rooted in a community life, cultural memory, and authentic narratives. From Dr. Shabashuk, we learned that sustainable tourism must be supported by strong governance, measurable indicators, regional competitiveness, and long-term local development. Tourism recovery should not only be measured by number of visitors, but also by the quality of impact it creates for communities, environments, and a future generation. Therefore, the key message on this session is clear. The future of tourism must be resilient, responsible, competitive, and deeply rooted in the life of local communities. On behalf of our organizing committee on INCOSTE 2026, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Jutamas, Jan Wisansing, and also Dr. Chaba Shoots for their valuable insight. I would also like to thank all participants for your attention, thoughtful question, and active engagement. Maybe this session inspire further research, collaboration, and practical innovation in building sustainable tourism and entrepreneurship for the future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I now return this session to Farah. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Prasetya Yoga Santosa, for guiding panel session B. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of our panel sessions. On behalf of the steering committee, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to all our invited speakers. To Professor Justin Thailand, PhD, thank you so much. To Mrs. Ismayanti, Master of Science, thank you. And Jutamas Janwin Samsing, PhD, thank you so much. And then Dr. Chabasuch, thank you very much. And to our two moderators, Professor Rahmawati and Dr. Yoga, for their excellent guidance throughout the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached our break. Please enjoy your lunch, and we kindly invite you to return to the main room at 1:45 or 12:45 p.m. Western Indonesian time. I repeat, 12:45 p.m. Western Indonesian time. Please return to the main room for our parallel sessions. Okay, we look forward to seeing you all back for an equally enriching afternoon. See you in parallel sessions. Thank you so much, everyone. See you at 12:45 p.m.